It is so amazing to see you all today. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us at Pathfinding's South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the indigenous populations of Australia and New Zealand. We are so excited to have everyone here today. We have a really, really cool lineup of speakers, and you're going to hear from people who are talking about their latest games. You're going to hear about what it's like to start to create an indie game and what you should do, what are good best practices. You're going to hear about what it's like to take lessons from history and turn them into games. So there's a really broad range, as well as a talk on transmedia and games. And we have a talk from an Indigenous person from New Zealand talking about Indigenous people in gaming. So there's a lot happening today, and we are ready and excited to share it all with you. We're going to get started in about half an hour. And first, I want to give you a little bit of information about the IGDA. We are the International Game Developers Association. And what we do is we are the largest membership organization in the world representing people who make games. And what does that mean? That means people who are game developers, game designers, but it also includes people who are on the back end, the finance people, people that are making sure the business side gets taken care of, people that are making sure that the sales are happening of our games. These are all important aspects to a game's life. And so this is all of the people that we represent at the IGDA. So with that said, let me give you a little bit of information about what specifically we focus on here at the IGDA. We focus on three main areas. We focus on community, we focus on mentorship, and we focus on events. And so we have chapters and special interest groups all over the world that are supporting our community in lots of different ways. So chapters have events that are held regularly, sometimes monthly, sometimes bi-monthly, but regardless, these are events that chapters hold for the local community. And special interest groups are groups of people that come together from around the world to work on one specific area. So for instance, there are people that are working on Unity, and they all come together to work in the Unity special interest group. There are affinity groups like Women in Games, LGBTQIA plus in games, there's lots of different areas of focus for our special interest groups. So that said, that's the community aspect of what we do. We also attend events around the world, and we have something we call mentorship cafes. And these happen both in person at different events. And then we also have a mentorship program, the IGDA Global Mentorship Program. You do need to be a member for this program. And what it is for people that are early stages in their career to connect with someone who's more advanced in their career. And we put people together based on their affinity, their level of interest in different topic areas within the game industry, and we pair people for a 3-month period. So what we do is we put a mentor and a mentee together, and then you get 3 months to work together and work through the goals of the mentee. And this is something that's a really exciting pillar of the IGDA and something we're really happy about. People are really enjoying these mentorship experiences, and something that you might want to consider as a participant in Pathfindings. So the other thing we do is we focus on specific events. So Pathfindings is focused specifically on the Global South and the game developers that live and work there, as well as the diaspora. The exciting thing about Pathfindings is that we focus on different sectors of the Global South this year. So we had 2 days with Latin America. We had 2 days with Africa and the Middle East. And now we have 2 days with South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the indigenous populations of Australia and New Zealand. And so what our focus is here is on storytelling and the folklore of these regions. And that's really important. We all know that there's been numerous games that have been released that cover a lot of very similar topics. And I don't know about you, but I don't need yet another game that looks like the 5 other games that I've been playing. So the idea is that there's stories that exist out in the world, stories that tell about a people, a culture, a place. And that's what we're going to explore, as well as stories about what it's like to be a game developer in the Global South. And so that's what we're really excited to share with you today, is the idea that the games industry is happening everywhere. It's not just happening in the US. It's not just happening in Europe. It's happening in Asia. It's happening in South Asia. We know that it's happening everywhere. Everyone has game studios. Everyone has people that either are in the games industry or want to be in the games industry. And so, and the skill level is really not that different from one region to the next. There might be less experience, but that doesn't mean there's less skill. And that's really key. And at the IGDA, we want to make sure that people understand that the game industry is truly a global industry. It's an industry with global power. It's an industry with global interest, and it's an industry that is viable and powerful no matter where in the world you're located. 2 weeks ago, it's hard for me to remember. 2 weeks ago, we heard from a CEO for a game studio in Paraguay, and he was talking about how his studio was the first game studio in Paraguay. And because he was the first game studio there, they actually showed that you could have a game studio in Paraguay. People didn't realize or didn't think that that was something that maybe was even possible. And not only that, there's now 5 game studios, but also there is they're starting to do educational programs. So the universities are starting to teach video game studies in Paraguay, whereas they didn't before. And so these are all really important pieces, and why it's so important that we have these conversations, because it's not just the global South that is new to the space. There's many other countries all around the world that still don't have a flourishing industry. Everyone has people that want to make games. Everyone has people that are interested in games, but there's not always a flourishing industry. And so by looking at what happened in Paraguay, and then last week we heard about how a lab at a university in Turkey is helping to flourish the games industry in Turkey, and from a whole different perspective. That comes from the educational perspective, not from the industry perspective. So there's lots of different ways to support and foment a games industry, no matter where you're located in the world. And the other exciting piece is that the IGDA can also be part of that creation of an industry. So when the 2 guys in Paraguay realized that they wanted to make a video game company, they started an IGDA chapter. That was a way for them to reach out into the world and have more of a global understanding of video games. And that was great because that gave them a place to launch. And so the IGDA can be more than just a place for you to have events and network and connect. It can also be a place where you can start something new and interesting and exciting in your region. We have, if you're in South Asia, Southeast Asia, we have chapters all over both those regions. We have chapters in New Zealand and Australia and as well. So connect with your local chapter and find out what they have to offer. And if you don't know where your local chapter is, if you can't find one on the IGDA.org website, you can always contact me at Suzanne at IGDA.org. So it's not a barrier for you. And as we get closer to the starting point of our conference, our first talk is going to be about a game coming out of Southeast Asia. And it's really exciting. You're definitely going to want to stay put because there is so much happening in today and tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it. You're going to have a little bit of a break between me and the next talk, but it will be short. And before I go, I want to let you know that this wouldn't be possible without our members. Our members support the IGDA in ways that that is the underpinning of everything that we do. And I'd also like to thank the sponsors for today's event, which is, I know, oh, it's live. I don't know who all the sponsors are. You'll be able to see them all they will all scroll past during our intermediary um, break. Huh, sorry about that. But I do want to thank everyone. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this project. Thank you for supporting the IGDA. This is everything that we want to do. This is something that's so important, so near and dear to my heart. I know the amazing work that's being done in the Global South, and I want to make sure that the rest of the world gets a chance to hear about everything that's happening. And I want to thank you all for being here. We will start the next talk in about 11 minutes. And until then, I wish you all a good few minutes before our next speaker. Hi, everyone, and we're so excited to have Aziza Asatari here, who's going to talk about her game Ghost Parade. I
Hello.
cannot wait to hear what she has to say. Welcome, Aziza. It's over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Suzanne, and thank you so much for having me in here. And yeah, my name is Aziza Satari, and today I would like to talk about our very first game, our very first IP from Indonesia, titled Ghost Parade, and as a journey to unveiling Indonesian local cultural heritage and transform them into a high-level global footprint. I hope you enjoy this session. And yeah, so a little say about our company. So our company Lentera Nusantara is an Indonesian intellectual property powerhouse with the expertise in cultural heritage content. So yeah, our mission is to unveil our local cultural heritage stories and transform them into a high level intellectual properties. And why this is very important, such we know today that Indonesia is one of the most prominent game market in global game industry. And yeah, we start to emerge our beauty gems, especially in the storytelling, cultural and everything and content. And we hope that this story can be bring into what the things that we love the most, game. Yeah, I would like to introduce about myself a little. So as you see here, my name is Aziza Asatari. I'm the CEO of Lentera Nusantara and also the creator of Ghost Parade, and also the founder of the Lentera as well. So yeah, if I'm about to say that I actually begin my journey previously before this company as a teacher, lecturer in university, researcher, and you won't guess it, it's museum curator in Indonesia. But yeah, the thing is like I love game. I'm an avid gamer. When I was younger, it's for sure like you don't ask me how many hours I play, how many days. So even I can pay my tuition fee with it. I'm playing game online and do the farming and everything. So yeah, looking at the world today, I wish that I was 10 years younger so I could be an esport gamer instead of CEO. Kidding. Not like that, of course. And so allow me to share a little story about our journey where it began. I call this journey of Lentera Nusantara as a mission to heal our world with the story of cultural diversities from our home, Indonesia. Our nation, built under an ideology called Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, so it means unity in diversity. We know that the power of story can bring this up. So this mission is to help and to unveil our story and deliver it to the world. And I wish it could also heal the world problem today, which is diversity is one of the biggest problem that we have. Imagine that with there's so many people, so many culture in Indonesia, but we can still take together. And I hope that mission can also make the world bring together with the story. And yeah, so just like previously I said, I began like around 10 years. Now I guess it's more research in local folklore from Indonesia to find the traits and everything. And I also begin it in the museum because I do the works from museum digitalization as well. And then regardless that my personal vision about game because I love playing games so much that I found that how game could be an empowerment for the story from the local indigenous home into the global audience effectively. So yeah, that's the things that I do with our very first title. We bring 101 local folklores in one title called Ghost Parade. And yeah, we represent it as Indonesian heritage into the global game fandom. And that's bring me to the national awards as well as one of the best 10-year leader in the nation and by the presidents. And it became my responsibility. I'm answering my true call. And this journey, I was blessed to begin our very first journey in game and IP creation under the supervision of our amazing mentors, especially they who have experienced like many amazing titles. I played them all, I think, and most legendary game ever made. And yeah, with the team today that we have one similar mission in here. we have passion for cultural heritage from Indonesia. So yeah, we decided to create our core. I keep learning from them, and they are helping me in developing this game, and I learning so much thing. And also with the mission, how we can empower our creation into the digital global fandom. And that's also the things that other than creating game, our product also including IP-based game and education as well. We have also program education for the game developer, especially the world builder. And we also created not only the game, we also built our story in comics, books, painting, games, toys, merchandises. Yeah, even we combine our character with museum tourism app in some collaboration. Yeah, but the mission is the same. We want to tell how amazing our story from Indonesia, how amazing our cultural heritage that we have in here, and why it's so much important. Yeah, this is the things about Indonesian potential intangible assets in the heart of Southeast Asian heritage. We actually have so much things like histories, diversities, language, tradition, mythologies, even dishes, ceremonial holidays, beliefs, art styles, literatures, music and performing arts. Oh, so much. We have narrative media and it's like otherworldly. You need to see like wayang puppet performance and even sport. So yeah, I'll tell you like the raid have silat. Silat is only one. There's still like thousand more local sports that's amazing. Like you can do karapan sapi, like riding the bull, and then like jumping the stone from Toraja, and yeah, and so much historical sites as well that you can visit, and it all combined in amazing symbolism. And from all of it, we could barely say that Indonesia, our homeland, is rich with potential intangible assets. But it's a problem. It's almost zero of international cultural footprints. What is meaning by that? Like, I mean, international cultural footprints, like when you bring your culture, like Japanese bring their culture into the global, they know so many titles, Samurai X, all the anime that we love, you name it. But in Indonesia, maybe some people say we already have a movie called The Raid. Oh yeah, how many raid? And then oh, okay, let's count another one, Ghost Parade in the game especially. But how many Ghost Parade? How many? Comparing to what? Comparing to the potential that our population in Indonesia is around 277 million, and including we have so much dialects. Dialects mean it's very different language. Like dialects also means language by every tribe. We have 700 more dialects. We have more than 1,000 tribes with different dialects and language of each of them. And what make it even more amazing, half of our people supposed to be gamers. Half of these people is gamers with one of the highest revenue in the global game market. Comparing to how much we made, of course, it's like 0.0000, yeah, almost zero, call it. That's why we invest to our game development in Nintendo Nusantara, an IP-based game metaverse company with cultural heritage content of Indonesia. So yeah, we see all of the ecosystem, the digital ecosystem, and we want to color our world, the world that we love, with our storytelling. And that's what makes us bring our mission to bring our masterpiece cultural footprints at the global level. We begin our journey with Ghost Parade. So yeah, Ghost Parade is like call it like our pilot project, intellectual property based game, and where it's all why it called IP, because I'm myself a creator, I'm a drawer. I used to start with storytelling. So yeah, it's all begin with the storytelling, and then we begin to create everything. And I mean everything, yeah, everything. So the things is like we start this journey with game in mind first. Not really, because yeah, I could barely say that as the third world country, especially like around 5 years ago, 6 years ago when I began the game industry itself, we are so separated. We don't understand what IP is. We just create. We just love to create. Yeah, so yeah, even for the first FGD community, we don't talk anything about game. We just share so many picture. Like we have this idea, like imagine what if we create a ghost, but it's not scary. Why it have to be ghost? Because our country has so much ghost in it. Means like even something that not ghost yet, we demonize it. Which meanwhile, ghost itself is the representative of one human cultural heritage in an era. And what make it ghost mean it have a karmic or a trauma. Yeah, telling a little bit story about our nation. We've been like we've been facing colonialism around 350 years. It's quite long trauma. And we begin with the nation with so much culture. Even our people start to demonize our own culture, which what in our vision, what you demonize today could be something, that your true greatness within it. So yeah, we just have that mission and passion in our heart. We start to go anywhere. We start to just create anything. Even we create comics and books, and we create the demo of the game. We even create the toys. We sell everything. And the first things like people love it. That's one thing that we know. Even like the album I showed in the last time, the first week we released this album, this album quickly been shared like around a no, not first day, not first week, it's first day. The first day, the album is already around 1,000 share. So yeah, so many people in fact like it. And that's why we begin to furthering our journey and searching what is our people need the most exactly. So yeah, and even yes, so like some of these things, we create the merchandise of the ghost and everything. Anyway, we have like N years clearance. If you're interested, just check our page. Okay, this is intermezzo. Kidding. Okay, let's get back again. So why we start our journey with game at the beginning? So actually, when we start our company at 2016, we tried everything, right? We already tried everything. We tried game, comic, even we begin to popular first in the webtoon, honestly space. Like even until today, webtoon is one of our most potential. But when you already try everything and everything seems good, we start to check the data. Based on the data, it's quite surprising for us who never really take serious about the entertainment industry. It proving that even in 2060, game is the most lucrative entertainment industry by far. This is 2060. Music comparing to films, comparing to game is already like 2 compare 5 compare 10. Like, and it keep going. It's keep growing even when the pandemic is arising, as we know together. The game industry keep rising beyond other company. Sorry, beyond our industry. And yeah, with all of this potential keep rising, we have a provision that we believe that regardless in Indonesia itself, there's a lot of region, there's a lot of even belief, religion that says that a game is taboo, and even what we create is taboo even more. Ghost is taboo, but yeah, we see this potential and we believe this thing is going to growing up and keep growing up as we know today. Yeah, I mean, I believe everyone in here already know about this kind of data as well. And we see the magic today that Southeast Asia is one of the biggest game market in the world. I mean, like Asia Pacific have half of it. And what make it even awesome? Indonesia, like, is a hidden gem for the global game industry. When I begin this company, like we are out of the map at all. Oh, sorry, my cat. She just loves to sit here, and yeah, she won't make a problem. Yeah. So again, yeah, like when I begin the company, like nobody knows Indonesia. Like we're out of the map. We're not in the industry. People in here just playing the game from not the official one. It's like but yeah, and the developer not really care about it because we're out of their map. But today with the growth size, the pandemic is like unveiling all of the truth about the game industry in Indonesia. we could barely say that Indonesia is hidden gem for the global game industry. And yeah, that's also the reason why begin our journey in the Ghost Parade. So welcome to the Ghost Parade and welcome to the Spaka Forest. I would like to show you a little bit about what we've done so far. I hope you enjoy.
Dari studio yang harusnya bikin game, berkisah tentang seorang bocah terlewat imajinatif.
Aku bisa melihat hantu.
Depresi tidak punya teman. Ia memutuskan untuk berteman dengan hantu di hutan. Buah gomu-gomu, si gundul, pocong mesum, dan model iklan sampo. Pulang sekolah, ia menghabiskan waktu di hutan. Guru-guru di sekolahnya abai. Sang ibu bodo amat, bapak gak tahu kemana. Bermain, berpetualang, melawan para perusak hutan yang menggunakan robot super canggih yang bisa menembakkan laser dan roket dengan kekuatan persahabatan. Wow, sangat masuk akal. Ya sudah, tonton langsung saja serial animasi Ghost Spirit setiap minggunya hanya di channel YouTube Ghost Spirit TV. Sekarang, please. Karya terbaru dari sebuah studio game. Ya, sebuah komik. Adaptasi dari sebuah game bertema mitologi Nusantara yang konon katanya terkenal di dunia. Berkisah tentang seorang anak yang tersesat di hutan. Hanya berbekal sebuah lentera mencari jalan pulang. Kasihan, gak ada teman, hantu pun jadi. Mempersembahkan Ghost Spirit, petualangan suri di hutan Suaka. Nih, lihat. Ini juga seru sekali bukan? Menegangkan, mencengangkan, bombastis, luar biasa, penuh imajinasi.
Tuan, angkotnya ngebut.
Tembak nih. Mau kemana, Sur?
Nah, ikut aja.
Wow, kalau saya sih gak akan banyak mikir, langsung beli komiknya. Nah, keren kan? Ghost Parade, petualangan suri di hutan Suaka. Kini tersedia di toko buku kesayangan saya dan Anda juga. Gramedia. Order segera. Buruan.
Ya
Please.
suka-suka orang tua saya dong.
Okay. That's a little bit about our creation in the Ghost Parade. Yeah, that's and also we begin with the game, and the game 2 already released in PlayStation and Nintendo Switch and Steam as well. And we published by our official publisher worldwide, Axis Game, and also being in collaboration publishing with the Gnome School and Furio as well for the Japan. And yeah, it's like for the first game, I so much grateful for this creation, and we also have so much acknowledgement from the outside. We are happy how people see our storytelling, and yeah, as you see previously, there's even a comic. Other than the game, it's also the comic and also the even the books and the ghost encyclopedia. From one world, we begin to create everything. Even the game itself have so much potential for the collaboration. As we know today that the world is already changed the ecosystem, and yeah, game has transformed. And so this also the things that we create with IP so far, and not only the game, but the game also related to the comic, to the game, even the music. And as you heard previously, the music is also containing like Indonesian orchestra with the indigenous music inside it. And yeah, we also have our webtoon in here. Like our webtoon always like top 5, top 3 in the webtoon Indonesia. And as you see previously, I really wish there was a translation because the animation is so much funny. And yeah, we already have so much channel as well. We love to be interacted with our community in many ways. Yeah, so yeah, even the magic about it, like start beginning from one storytelling, you can tell it in multi-way when it comes to IP-based game, like collaboration, even to tell the virus fight and collaboration with another creators as well. And even like, yeah, roadshow, everything. Here's the comic. And yeah, this is the encyclopedia, including the AR as well. And it all begin with one storytelling. And yeah, we also received the international recognition as well, and we quite proud about it. And we are happy that we being one of the milestone that the world see how the potential of Indonesia rising into the global game industry. And yeah, that's a little bit about a story from Ghost Parade. And yeah, do I still have time in here? Just let me know, okay? Yeah, and shortly says like about the game itself, like like imagine if the world of Indonesian mythology and folklores were imagined as fully realized adventure role game. As you see, there is a character with curly flocks in the indigo colors, and her name is Suri. Long story short, you're going to play as Suri, a little young Asian schoolgirl darling with a psychic ability to communicate with supernatural fantasy being inside a forest, a sanctuary forest called Swaka Forest. So it taking place in the fantasy world inspired by our developer country origin, Indonesia. Swaka Forest is home from home for 101 mythological creatures that they are dwelling in several regions with several different elements and ruled by different ancient guardian as well. Yeah, here's a little overview about the game. And yeah, the inspiration also including Spirited Away, especially when the character heroine start from zero to hero, the character development, Castlevania for the Metroidvania concept, Pokemon for collecting the ghosts and supernatural creatures, and of course, Corpse Bride. I'm a gothic lolly lover, so yeah, Corpse Bride, you cannot pass it. Yeah, so this is the story, how its story begin. Like the story begin with the girls is fallen asleep, and then she was left by the bus, and then she have to find the shortcuts, and yeah, she have not so smart ideas to trespass it with the forest, and that's where she begin to start the true adventure. And yeah, what make it unique in here, ghosts could be not scary the one, but the real scarier one is human, because there's so actually this game telling about the Swaka forest. Swaka forest means the sanctuary forest, and yeah, the human can ruin the forest, and the human can ruin the children as well. And the things is not the ghost doing it, but in here, inspired by mythical creatures from Southeast Asia, Suri will try to collaborate to save the forest with the ghosts and save their home from the true monster, human. Yeah, I think that's a little from me.
Okay. I Thank you, Aziza. That was really, really wonderful. And
Yeah, thank you so much.
what a beautiful, beautiful game. And I love, first of all, if you have questions, please post them in the chat section. And until we see what the questions are, I have a question, which is,
Sure.
can you tell us a little bit, is the girl who is part of the store, like the main heroine, is she from folklore, or is she just meant to represent a small child?
So yeah, there's a unique things. So what we believe in Indonesia, actually, when today is like about the not only the mission that in here bringing the women empowerment and everything, but we kinda what make us inspired to create a heroine little girl first with the lantern in her hand. Just like also the name of my company, Lentera Nusantara, it means the lantern of Nusantara. Nusantara is like our ancient name for Indonesia. So her mission is, she is like personification of a girl rising. And then she brings the lantern to give enlightenment to the ghost. That this ghost is like our demonized culture, and we want to like a priest that they want to pass them into the goodness, and that's how we want to pass our culture from being demonized into being loved. Yeah,
Oh,
so yeah. And the other things is like there's also a reason why her name is Suri. Suri is actually the different language of Sri. We believe that when it will become there's also there's so much science, spiritual science inside this game. Like we believe that when the end of the world is coming, there will be Ratu Adil, or it was called the Queen of the Fairness, and it will be represented that the living and the dead are loved by one person, one girl, and it's Devi Sri. So yeah.
oh, wow, I love that.
Yeah, we hope that our goddess Dewi Sri come to earth and make the world safe again. Yeah, through the world of the game.
So we have a question, which is, working with the publisher, what was your experience in working with the indigenous and folklore stories? How did it go? And are there any tips for fellow developers who want to pursue this type of approach?
Okay, so the first things about working with the publisher, especially when it comes to the game development itself, there's so much standards that we need to achieve, right? And not limited to that. Well, if I'm about to be honest, like 4 years ago or 3 years ago, my English is not this good. Okay. Communication is one of the biggest homework. Like yeah, I could barely say that in Indonesia we're not used to technology. Even what make me sad, like around maybe 10 years ago when I'm still working in the museum, people not used to it, people not used to using email for sure. And yeah,
Oh,
see how much jump that we have to live in one short time. But yeah, because we again learning how to communicate, and I always believe that when you really want to do it, when you really want to make it happen, you will try to communicate with everything. And I believe that I also thanks God to met my publisher. It's Axis, and especially I would like to send special regards to Naoki Shirahama-san. Yeah, he's super fun, and yeah, he's also like he's they supporting us. And I remember that day we released with my forever. I'm a big fangirl of this person named Yasuhiro Wada. He is the person who create Harvest Moon, which is I could play.
oh,
Yes, he create new IP called Little Dragon Cafe, and we've been released together, and it feels like oh my god, am I really living you?
oh,
Yeah. And by the time he also says that, are you really sure you want to do this IP? Because if you work these things as IP, it will be a long, long journey. Because by that time, he also shared a story that I've been working with Harvest Moon around 20 years. And yeah, it's like even just one IP, it needs so much hard work to make it happen to be like that, right? So he's asking again, are you sure about the path I'm choosing? And I say like, I have nothing else to do. So I like what else? That's the simply the things that I love. What can you expect from a curator girl from the museum who loves stories and folklores and also love game? What else? Yeah, so yeah, this is the things that happened to me. And yeah, and if of course there's a lot of things that standards, even the difference of cultural itself. For example, like there's one ghost when we try to exhibit this in German Gamescom, there's a ghost who is smoking. Even though the ghost
Ah,
says like this, hey, kid, don't smoke because if you smoke, you're gonna be ghost like me. But it's not allowed because this game is like for everyone 10 plus. So yeah, please stay PG. So you cannot put the scene even people smoking because it's gonna give the ideas to children. So yeah, it's quite complicated when you want to tell a story about trauma and transform it into the goodness, especially because we create this game for our future children, and we hope that they won't be scared of our ghosts. Instead, like they don't scared into the karma, they don't get scared into trauma. Instead, they start to adore it, love it, face it, and find out what is beneath it. And yeah, that's the things that I always believe, that I hope it could be the beginning of our greatness one day in our future generation.
that's beautiful. That's
Thank you so
beautiful.
much.
Um, is your publisher, where's your publisher based?
So our publisher is based in California. However, they are Japanese based company that goes to California to publish the game, like Street Fighter, Blast Blue, Tokyo Sanadu, and all the
Okay.
game that Axis published that. And what makes us connected with them, other than one of the CTO have the mother Indonesian mother, and yeah, who doesn't love nasi goreng and rendang, of course. But other than that, I'm learning so much from them, like what they really want to bring. First time they begin with the development and then they go into publishing, they want to bring Japanese culture into the global markets. And then game is the gate to it. And then that's the things that I see. Okay, I really want to do that things too, and that's why we are so connected in there.
Okay, so the telling of the Indonesian story is that was part of the folklore and the folk tales. That wasn't a challenge because that's something that they completely understood,
Yeah.
right?
Is because and there's also a lot of jokes in here. For example, you want to like deliver some cultural jokes about the ghost female named Kuntilanak, and she's in here. The things is like if you put a nail into his head, she's going to be a beautiful girl, like beautiful waifu. Imagine how to transfer this culture into another culture, and people still relate to it. And yeah, that's the biggest
Right.
challenge. And I'm so thankful that I've been helped by my mentor as well, Kurt McClung and Simon McKenzie. They're so amazing. And yeah, this is such a long, long journey.
Yes, it sounds like it's such a long journey. So now you're in all the markets, right?
Yeah,
So
so maybe
you,
it's like we begin with the game, and then after that we go into several multi productions, such as well, actually the production still being done indie by our own people in the studio, including the comic as you seen in here. I draw it too. And yeah, even the Ghost Encyclopedia in here is also in Japanese. But yeah, all of them are related into one big storytelling. And we really hope that because we understand not only in Indonesia, maybe even in another region, that not everyone play game, right? But they mostly love beautiful stories. So we want to reach
yes.
our listener audience anywhere that become part of our universe and they can enjoy it from anywhere. Like maybe someone who love the game will start to reading the comics and etc. And yeah, that's the things that I hope will happen from one storytelling.
That's brilliant. So you've localized the game, so it's and the comics. They're
Yeah.
in how many languages?
At the moment, for the comic, it's in two languages. The comic is in English and Indonesia. In Indonesia, it's already published by one of the biggest publisher in Indonesia. They also one of the biggest licensor in Southeast Asia called Kompas Group, Gramedia. But we also look forward to release in English because the translation into the comic is like different emotion, right? Yeah, we
Yeah.
want to do our best, and yeah, we look forward to release 5 volume of this, and it has color, yay!
It's really beautiful. I'm a total comic nerd, so I can
Oh,
yeah,
you
I
should read it.
cannot
Yeah,
wait to read the comic books. They look brilliant.
yeah, I really
And
hope you enjoy it.
play the game. The game looks super fun.
Yeah, there's still a lot of flaws in the game, including like when it comes to the publisher, gonna have deadlines, right? But when you are indie, you decide that deadlines by yourself, and that's also one of the challenges that we still have so much flaws in here and there, and we really want to make better out of it. But yeah, we need to understand that there is not only one parameters in there. And yeah, as per se, like the first game, people always feel like, oh, I'm not so perfect. And then I start looking at so much flaws in the game, and I promise to myself that I'll make it better one day. I'll keep making better one.
Well, it's already looked, you should be really, really proud of yourself because I cannot um believe how just charming and beautiful and you did a great job of translating ghosts into something that is engaging and entertaining and something that people would want to see and learn about your like Indonesian folk tales along the way.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's quite a long journey, and even if I about to tell the true mission behind it, like how we create our universe, our God spirit world, and it took like for me to create this, all it took around before creating the game. I do research already for this, and to even to create the taxonomy based on our situation in Indonesia, maybe it took like around 10 years to separate this all. And this is quite unique because yeah,
Wow.
we yeah, that what make it unique because, for example, for the era itself, our goals most likely have 5 major era, like the era ancient time, pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial, and then today it's urban goals, right? But the thing is like what make goals is the things that we can learn what makes our country, our nation fall and became the ghost. Ghost is a
Yeah.
representative in the mythology that tells what we have to face, what's the karmic or the trauma that we have to face so we can achieve back our greatness. Funny things, before colonials, we don't have ghosts.
Oh.
We only have like a ancient protector, spirit of the forest and everything. Even before that, we call it the age of the god. In the ancient time, it's age of the god. So there is no ghost. But ghosts begin to start when it comes to the colonial era, especially when the Dutch come, the Spain come, the England come, and yeah, our we have to admit that our nation have so much potential, especially in the not only in the heritage but also including the farming and the minerals, biology, and everything. And that's why so many people want to took advantage out of it, and it became our weakness that we've been colonialized around 350 years, and the colonial era giving so much impact that because in Indonesia, previously in ancient time, we don't believe in the concept that you only live once, but we
Ah,
know that there will be reincarnation. And by understanding this reincarnation concept, someone will live their life the fullest, regardless they don't have the reward of their living today. They know they're going to have it in the next life, and that's what make it no goes, because nobody is regret anything. They do their
ah,
best. But when the belief come, the new belief, especially the monotheism culture from the overseas come into our nation, people start to think like, I have to have it in this life, or I will never have it. You only live once, right? And that's the beginning of we create the image of ghosts. Mostly they start at the colonial era, and more like the colonial era have the mixing of like visualization from the foreign ghosts. We have also intercultural ghosts, like there's some Asian ghosts. It's also the same with one here. For example, like in Malaysia they have Pontianak, in here we have Kuntilanak, and in Japan they have what is called again, like in one Injuon, the the girl with the white long hair, and yeah, they're all lady of the white. And yeah, that's the unique things that we have this unique taxonomy of ghosts in Indonesia. And when I found it out, actually, if we can heal all of our ghosts, which is the acculturation of almost 80% cultural heritage in the world, I hope this story heal the world too.
that's so incredibly beautiful and fascinating and
Thank you so
kind
much.
of horrifying that so much would, I mean, 350 years of colonialism will definitely
Yeah,
leave a really lasting impact of trauma
yeah,
that you need to heal from.
yeah,
And I love that you're looking at this game and this whole universe that you've created as a way to start that healing process.
yeah. Yeah, that's, I hope so. And that's the things that and it even more, I feel grateful today that it's getting easier. I don't want to say the pandemic is not bad, it is bad, but it unveil another gem that our people start to understand technology more. And today Indonesia become one of the biggest technology markets, especially when it comes to games and mobile apps and everything, right? It means they're filtering, they start to love their own culture. Because when I start this company, even there are some people want to in Indonesia it was called lempar jumrah. Lempar jumrah is like activity when you if you're a Muslim, you go to the Mecca and then you throw the evil with stone. So yeah, because our own people demonize their own culture, even just to learn it, not the ghost yet,
Mm,
just to learn it, it's like prohibited, and it's like not decent things to do. And that's what make it unique, because we should be not only have ghosts, but even, for example, like this character in here, Barong is one of the most popular god deity that not only known from Bali but also from the whole of the world know Bali for Barong. And even for this one, our people demonize it. So yeah, we having the culture of demonizing, regardless it's good or bad. Even maybe once upon a time they are our pantheon, they are our ancient guardian, but we demonize it, and there must be a reason why we do that. And that's the things that what I call is like, when you put it into ghosts, you're not going to face it. But when you start to love the
mm.
ghost, you start to learn about it and you start to adore it. And that's the beginning that you start to heal your fear. So you start to love your fears. And yeah, because it's cute, you're going to laugh at your fears as well. Yeah,
That's
that's the thing.
brilliant. That's really brilliant. I love that you have put so much depth of thought into this process, into the creation of all this whole universe and all these ghosts and what you want to create and heal with this is really, really wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Let me see if we have any more questions. We don't have any more questions. But this was a really, really great talk, Aziza. I
Thank you so
thoroughly
much.
enjoyed it, and I know that the people watching are really enjoying it as well. The little likes keep going up. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's a great talk, and you've created something that is of real, like literal benefit to the world through games. And that's one of the best things about games is that
Yeah.
games can be a gateway to so much, right?
Yes, that's the things. That's the things. Really, like because when it comes to game, as we know today, that people start to see it as a different world, not only one way, but a place to hang out, communicate, share hobbies, ideas, even fashion, right? Like who cannot not afford this Pokemon bottle here? Like who doesn't love it? Like I love it so much. And yeah, that's that's simply the things that I hope one day, not only from the outside, but I hope one day that this mission delivered. It's when the whole global are filled with our folklore's characters, because in the moment that what I saw today is like there's so much recycling content from the
Mm.
big IP publisher that maybe they don't know that in this small country, not so small because the people is a lot. In this country, out of nowhere, you're going to see 1,000 of folklore. Imagine it's just one language, one tribe. It cannot have less than 20 folklores, right? Imagine how many we have in here, and they are, yeah, like most people say it's otherworldly. That's the words. Some people say it's like Alice in Wonderland. Of Indonesian heritage, and yeah, that's the things that I'm thinking about it. And yeah, I hope that one day, start from this one. I know there's so much of the, yeah, I feel, oh, this is not enough. Still, I still feel that until today. Like, yeah, so much story I want to tell, but we have to make a pace for it, start from the simple things that we can do and keep going again. And I hope, yeah, one day, but they already begin it, like our government put more attention into the game industry, and they start to give more support to it. And just
Oh,
like
great.
yeah, like for Indonesia itself, we are the benchmark for the it was called micro credential game development skill. It for the national program. So like each years we are receiving students to create the game, and the sad things is like even to create our own story is not easy. There's so much things to learn and there's so much things to share. And yeah, from this kind of activity, for example, maybe in IGDA, I really want to deliver this. We see them like our future children of creators, right? And I really want them to deliver into the right world where they belong. And I always believe that global creators, as a creators, we are a global citizen. We have to be connected with another, and we found about the collaboration more. I hope that we can exchange our beautiful story and learn more from the bigger game industry, so we can together create amazing story always.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is one of the hallmarks of this conference is that there are so many beautiful and amazing stories to be told that there doesn't need to be any recycled content. We could tell new, fresh stories all the time and get all the stories of the world out into the global understanding.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, it doesn't have to be like it doesn't mean that I don't love Little Mermaid, but we can create more Little Mermaid. We can create
Right.
more Cinderella. Come on, we have so much. We just need to explore it out. And especially I hope that Indonesia too can deliver more of our beautiful story out there.
I'm sure that you will make it happen. Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Aziza. This has been a really wonderful talk.
Thank you so much as well, Suzanne. Yeah, I really thank you guys for having me in here and giving me chance to speak in IGDA. It's really amazing experience and look forward for it as well.
Thank you. everyone. Thank you so very much for watching Pathfindings. We are so grateful to have you here. Unfortunately, there's been a technical issue with our next speaker, and they are not able to present. So there will be just half an hour of a break. So go get something to eat, grab a coffee, grab tea, get your cat, whatever it is that makes you happy, and then we'll see you in just a few more minutes. There'll be some music, so even you could dance. Have a great break, and we'll see you back in just a little bit. Thank you. Bye-bye. everyone. Welcome back. We are so excited to have you here. Right now, we have a talk with Nakul Verma from Play Bay, and he's going to be talking about hard lessons he learned making an indie game. Take it away, Nakul.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. This is Nakul, and today we're going to go through 10 hard-earned lessons that I learned from making and releasing my indie game. So, before I tell you anything more about myself or anything about my game or my journey, I'd like to share this tale of an indie dev called Gordon. Gordon is just another fellow indie dev, just like us, and just like all the amazing indie devs out there, Gordon also has an amazing groundbreaking idea. Uh, Gordon really wants to work on it, which is why Gordon decides that he's going to quit his job to work full time on that idea. And sooner or later, he just realized that obviously after quitting the job, he needs some money to work on this idea, and he cannot go full time on this without any source of funding over there, right? So So what Gordon does is Gordon plans to pitch to publishers, and publish when you want to pitch to publishers, you definitely want to show them something. You want to show them a vertical slice, a demo. Uh, so that's where Gordon puts most of his efforts on, and uh, so Gordon decides to make a clean vertical slice that showcases his idea, and he obviously has to bootstrap it. So he gets all the resources that he can. He gets assets from the store. He maybe hires a few freelancers to just quickly whip up this amazing vertical slice that he can show it off to the publishers. Gordon then connects with with a few publishers, and publishers show interest in his game. Uh, but Gordon in this entire conversations, Gordon is eventually able to find a good legit publisher uh, who's interested in his game and who's interested to even fund the development of the game. So that's a great achievement by Gordon. Uh, anyway, but then what? Immediately after getting the funding, getting the deal, what does Gordon do? Gordon immediately starts to work on the main game. Uh, he starts working on the production, and he rushes to start recruiting people uh, without much planning, without much thought. He starts to randomly find people from the internet. Uh, he does some research, but not a lot. Does not really involve in a lot of recruitment processes, and he starts the production immediately, and then goes into a bubble which we indie devs call as a bubble, right? He goes into this bubble of developing feature after feature and puts all his hard work into that into the production. Uh, but unfortunately, Gordon, it's this process that he started. He wanted to save time, but this eventually he got into a cycle, this endless cycle of like not being satisfied with what he's getting. Uh, there's this cycle of recruitment. When you're recruiting to make features, then you're not happy with the features that you're building. There are incompatibilities with the people that you're working with. He has some miscommunications. So this lack of clarity, which leads to in fact more time spending on this phase of his journey, right? But taking that aside, Gordon still somehow manages to make the game feature ready, and it has all the features that Gordon envisioned his game to have. And now finally, Gordon feels that his game is he's ready to show this to the world. Like the baby is ready to go out into this cruel world. Uh, but then what does he realize? Like immediately after that phase, Gordon all of a sudden realizes that okay, he needs to market the game as well, right? uh, you can't just make a game and expect that people would come to you. Gordon realizes the importance of marketing, and now at this point, Gordon is stressed. Gordon is very stressed about like how do I get people to play my game, to see my game, to like my game. uh, so at this point of time, Gordon was into this bubble, right? So he had little to no player data. He did not do any play testing, and but he still managed to get the game up, and now he just wants to get this game to the public. So there are many ways to get your game to the public. Gordon chose the demo way. So now Gordon had this game up as a demo, which can be played by the general public. Uh, there are a lot of positives and a lot of negatives that Gordon got about his game. People loved the game. People had few good feedback for the game as well. Uh, but Gordon, since Gordon has been in this rush of getting things done and getting things to launch, right? So Gordon rushes this phase as well and does not really have any time for action on whatever feedback he got from this demo. So eventually, Gordon manages to just have a global launch of his game, which is an amazing achievement, a very big achievement on itself. And but this launch was not planned with any tangible goals, with any calculations. Gordon just went as it is, as time took him, as the journey took him. Uh, he got a good response. It was okay. Launch was obviously overwhelming because there's a lot of stuff that Gordon had to do during the launch. But unfortunately, he could not build a great momentum near the launch. Like when you're launching, you want some hype around the game. You want some momentum that people are checking out the game. More and more people are coming into your game, and it just keeps on snowballing. Uh, Gordon unfortunately could not get that. So he realizes that even though the launch was good, but he feels that it could have been much better, and it did not really satisfy him. It did not really reach to the potential that Gordon had for his groundbreaking idea, right? Uh, but the journey doesn't end here. After launch, you still have to market the game. You still have to get it to more people. You do that by porting to other platforms. You do that by more marketing. You do that by more networking, and this has left Gordon exhausted, and not just Gordon, but also his funds, his development funds have started to exhaust. So this entire journey of Gordon is not a very happy or not a very ideal journey, of course. Uh, there are a lot of learnings that Gordon took from this journey. We can also take that. And uh, there's definitely no doubt about this, that this could have been gone way better than this. Now, you might be thinking that why did I share this story of Gordon? Uh, it's because it's very similar to many indie devs and their journeys. In fact, even mine. Uh, and you ask like, who am I? Who's this guy who's sharing about his journey? I am Nakul. I am the founder of Playbay, which is an award-winning Google-backed indie development studio from India. Uh, our entire focus is on creating these genuinely innovative experiences that can push the boundaries of imagination in video games. Like we really love those games that can challenge the existing understanding of design and fun in video games. Right. I've been selected as the top BAFTA breakthrough for gaming in India this year. Uh, I've also been fortunate to be a part of some of the best mentorship programs for indie devs throughout the world. Uh, the the better ones of them being Google Indie Games Accelerator, Apple Indie Games Program 2021, and a few more. So last year, we launched In My Shadow. Sorry, not last year. I apologize. In 2021, we launched In My Shadow, which was our debut commercial title. As you can see from the gifs, it's a lovely, cozy puzzle game about playing with shadows in a world where you have to like play with these shadows to solve logical platforming puzzles. Uh, this has been a major breakthrough moment for us, as its unique gameplay has received a lot of awards, a lot of love from the critics, from the people, and it has garnered recognition from the likes of Apple, Steam, Google, DreamHack, and many more. So in this process of making and releasing In My Shadow, uh, I've definitely learned a lot about. I've learned a lot. I've experienced a lot, and I've thought a lot about a sustainable way of making indie games, so that we don't have the same journey as Gordon. Uh, which is why today I'm going to be sharing not 10 but n hard-earned lessons from my indie dev journey of releasing In My Shadow. All right, so let's go back to Gordon's journey, because we're going to use it as a reference, and we're going to use it as a reference so that we can see how you can do better if you were in Gordon's place, and if you have a similar journey. So suppose you have an amazing idea, right? uh, you can quit whenever you want. You can quit your job whenever you want. You can start working full time on your idea. You can start working part time on your idea. That's your personal choice. But before you start to invest your time and your money and your effort on this random idea of yours, uh, there's this amazing concept, a very simple concept but very neglected concept, called market research. Uh, what does market research mean? It's basically it's just like uh, s- just checking out, just seeing, just researching where your idea fits in the market scenario, in the current scenario of games. Uh, and how do you do that? You basically start with finding competitors. Competitors are games and companies who have like the games that are very similar to your idea, and maybe they have the same genre and subgenre. They have similar art styles. Like there are quite a lot of similarities with your idea. uh, so you find them, you try to find them, and if you are unable to find any competitors, then uh, either you are a genius innovator who has brought something really eye opening for the world, or maybe your idea just isn't viable, just isn't financially viable in this market. So you find competitors, which will help you eventually identify your target audience. Target audience is is that section of people who you're going to target and who's going to play your game, who's going to naturally enjoy your game. Like you They are the perfect fit for your game, and you're making a game for them. You're not gaming a make for yourself, you're making a game for your target audience. So you need to know what they are, who they are, what demography, what interests they have. And using the competitors, you can you can find the similarity, and you can get a decent estimate, decent guess of what your target audience looks like. Then you also need to identify what your target audience wants, what your target audience likes in your competitors' games. Uh, what are the commonly occurring features in your competitors' game that you feel that your target audience is liking, and then you need to think that, okay, these games have been doing good. People love these games, and I'm going to target those people. So how can I uh, target them and provide them something that's even better than what they already have? So to provide something better, you need to know what they want, and you need to know what their needs are. uh, you need to improve upon them, and then provide them with this fully produced idea of yours, right? And not just that, market research also helps you in estimating the revenue of your game, by obviously estimating the revenue of your competitors, which will eventually help you get a good understanding of estimating the financial viability of your game, so that you can make more uh, more aware business decisions for your company. So suppose you did your market research, then you have to start working on vertical slice if you want to go to publishers or even investors, right? You need to have something to show to them. uh, so what Gordon did was, Gordon signed a deal with the first interested publisher, like the first interested publisher who was willing to fund Gordon's game. So this part is very crucial, because like the publisher that you go with will define and decide your fate, your journey, even your future, and maybe even your next game. So this is where we're going to talk about publisher partner fit. Just like we did some market research, it's really imperative to do research on the partners that you're going to be working with. uh, you need to know what their interests are, whether they are a good fit for your game, and whether your game is a good fit for them. So like suppose you're making a puzzle game, and you decide you're talking to publishers who are making whose strength lies in racing games. So that's not an ideal match. You can definitely make it work, but that's not the best match that you would want, is it? You would want your publisher to have strength so that you can capitalize on their experience, and they can guide you, and they can use all of their strengths to make your game one of the best in their portfolio. uh, so do some research, find a good, whether it's investor, whether it's publisher, definitely do some research. And then when you're talking to people, when you're talking to publishers, you're going to be negotiating, you're going to be having a lot of like contract stuff. You're going to have to do a lot of legal decisions. You're going to have to take a lot of legal decisions, which is why this is extremely important. Don't don't do all these legal deals by yourself. You need to hire a lawyer. They'll cost you some money, but eventually that money, you'll definitely find the worth of that money. uh, get a good IP lawyer who can read these contracts and give a good, fair, honest gist of those contracts to you, so that you can make informed decisions about your partnership with this publisher. Uh, you have to negotiate. There's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with negotiating with a publisher. It's a business deal. It's not a personal deal. You have to see the best of your interest for your company. Uh, and you need to be, and not just that, there's nothing wrong to with even saying no to publishers, to just wait for a better publisher to come. Because if your game idea is good, if one publisher has shown interest, there's quite a good chance that other publishers will also show that interest. And then once you have your deal, once you have your publisher, you have your partner, you have to be 100% clear with your communication. You have to tell them what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, where you need help, uh, where where your vision does not align with the publisher. It's You have to be clear about everything in this partnership. Okay, so now you've gotten a publisher. So big congratulations for that, because most indie devs do not even get to this stage. They either quit before this, or they just don't get a good deal. So you get a publisher, you get the deal. So without wasting any time, you should start working on the game, right? No, that's wrong. uh, this is where a very important concept of the game dev cycle comes in, which is called pre-production. uh, now there's a lot more to know about pre-production, but it's just as its name says, it's the planning and estimations that you have to do before the production. uh, like you have to do recruitment, you have to plan about like what you have to have clarity of your requirements when you're recruiting. You have to plan the scope, you have to plan the deliverables. Like you should have clarity on all these aspects, which is where pre-production is very important. And all of this requires estimation. Now this is a personal lesson that I've like really emphasized a lot on, uh, that, and I'm still struggling with it. Like it's a hard thing to do, it's very easier said than done, is overestimate. Like this game dev industry is already very you cannot predict, you cannot estimate very accurately. So always uh, estimate extra for both time, money, and budget, because you might save some time when you're not when you're starting. You might save some time, but it will eventually come to haunt you, because there's going to be this repetitive cycle of repeating things that could have been avoided if you just had planned better in the beginning. So uh, overestimation, like estimation, does not apply to just this phase of your indie journey. It applies to the entire cycle. You can apply this to production, to testing, to getting feedback, uh, to marketing, to releasing, especially releasing, uh, porting your game, updating your game, upgrades. Like this is a very simple, very easy to say thing, but this will save you a lot of stress if you do this correctly. Now next, uh, okay, you somehow made the game, and now your game is ready to be shown to the world. Like you have your most of the features are complete, and now you feel that you're very confident, and now the world can see it. uh, Firstly, that's a very wrong idea of approaching this. Like you shouldn't be afraid to show something that you're not very happy with. You should get feedback as much as possible, uh, which is where play testing comes in. And so play testing, you should be doing play testing at every major development milestone. Like this is so important. This is probably the biggest learning that I got from my own journey. I did not do a ton of play testing. I did some, but in the end, I did realize that I could have done way more play testing than I did. Uh, so you should be ideally play testing at every major development milestone. So be it a new weapon, a new story arc, a new character, new set of levels, new biome, uh, anything. You should be getting data from your target audience. So now you might ask how do I get data from my target audience? I don't know who my target audience is. Who should ideally be estimated in the market research phase, right? And pre-production phase. How is that you start finding them as early as possible. Like you start researching about them, you start seeing similar games, you start looking into communities, forums where these 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 interested people they hang out uh, at, and then you try to get some quality data from them. You start from somewhere and eventually it's gonna build, but it's only gonna happen when you start early. So game balance and feel is the very important thing that uh, makes the game fun. Really, like that's it. That's mostly it. Uh, but we indie devs have this bad habit of like going by our hunch, going by our feel of what we think is we like and what we feel we have played, right? But it should ideally be a mix of both hunch and data. And to be very practical, it should be mostly data. Like this is this is something that's it's a funny thing, and I'm sure everybody is going to experience it when because they're going to look at it from this way, that when you show your game to the people, right, people will never tell that your game is bad. They would never say that. Most people don't, at least. uh, Only data will tell you. You have to analyze data, you have to find those churning points, uh, those points where people are really struggling and they don't like those levels that people are finding very hard or very easy, very boring. Only you can find that feedback only from the data. People don't have that much time or engagement or attachment that they're gonna dive into the details. So play test as often as you can and make your production decisions from on the basis of the playtest feedback. So now at this point of time, obviously, if you did not do playtesting, you are biased. How to solve the bias problem? By doing playtesting. You got that covered from the previous aspects, right? You're overworked, of course. Like if you were into a bubble and you weren't checking, you were just constantly in this grind of completing feature after feature with your uh, in your strict schedule of timelines. Uh, you're gonna get overworked. Playtesting is gonna help with that as well. Uh, Now you're stressed about marketing. Yeah, you have no idea about what market strategy you should use, how you should get people to play your game. Uh, so how do you get the idea about market strategy for your game? Obviously by strategizing. But how do you strategize, right? Uh, Firstly, you should be clear. Since you're an indie dev, you are most probably a small company, small team, and so you don't have to do everything. You have to make calculated decisions. And how do you calculate those decisions? By experimenting. Like marketing is something that you have to experiment on, especially in this industry. uh, there's no set formula, and every strategy is dependent on the company, the target audience, and the game. These are all interrelated, of course. So you start experimenting with marketing strategy as early as possible, so that you can start finding patterns and start finding things that work for your game. And then once you get those strategies that you think are working for you, then you double down on those. You spend more and more effort, and you do it as better as good as you can, and you like play to your strength. And if there's something that you think you need to do but you're not able to do, just get help on those things. But don't worry about doing everything. Like you don't have to worry about posting on every social media platform. You don't have to worry about making all kinds of videos. If you don't think vlogs would work for you, don't do it. Do something else that is working for you. Like strategize and prioritize. Okay. So now like, kind of getting a little stepping a little aside from this journey that we've been going on. Uh, I want to focus on a very important aspect of the business of games, which is a very obvious thing as well, which is people. Like uh, you have to focus on the people side of a game. Uh, like what do you what do I mean by that? Like just think about it. Like you're making games are a software, obviously, but you're making those games for people, and people are making those games. So naturally, it's a very important part of your business. So you cannot just focus on game, and not focus on the people. Like you have to deal with employees. Your publisher is people, obviously. You have to deal with editors, PR, marketing people, and most importantly, you have to engage with your fans. Like the fans are the most important people in your business. uh, you have to build a community of these supporting loyal fans who love your game and who's gonna share talk about your game. uh, this is very important. So if you think that you are not very good at engaging with people, and don't really enjoy people, you should absolutely get some help. You should absolutely ask someone who is get someone who can do this for you. Maybe your teammate, maybe your co-founder, maybe external help, right? Whatever it is, but you cannot ignore this, and you cannot leave this for the end. You have to focus it, because this is so important. Like it's people who are going to make your game. People will fund your game. People will be testing your game, giving you data. People will write about your game, read about your game, make videos about your game, watch videos about your game, and essentially buy your game. So you're entirely dependent on people. Now let's come back to the journey. uh, now that we've set that aside, hopefully you have been following, and if you're focusing on people, then the next stage, which is the demo, uh, is again about facing people. So demo has its demo and release has its own like agenda, own motives. They're very separate, distinct. uh, a demo is essentially the first impression to the general public. Your game's first impression to the general public. uh, it should give a glimpse of your complete game. Like it should give a glimpse, it should represent the quality of the game that you're going to make. Because it's a very polarizing concept. Demo is something that will do worlds of good if it's beautifully done, and it works well, and it really represents what you are finally going to make. uh, but at the opposite end, if it's bad, if it has issues, even though it's a demo, it's going to do a lot of harm, lot more harm than you would imagine. Like people would this is the first impression, so people would judge anyway, right? So this is why you should spend some time on demo. You should release a demo when you think it's ready. uh, you should be deciding the date of your all of these demo release, or the full release, alpha release, whatever it is. You should be deciding these dates on the basis of the previous slide, which is people. What people say about your game, what you've gathered from the people. uh, so you should make this calculated and informed decision, not a rushed decision, because this will decide your fate. Like a demo and release obviously does, but demo is very important as well. uh, so in the end, just like summarizing it, you should be happy, you should be satisfied with your game, but not just you, even the people should be somewhat happy with your game. And that's when you should start deciding, you should start planning for your release. So you still released, right? uh, Release is launch of your game is debative. Like it's definitely, like, I can't even doubt, there's no doubt about it, it's definitely the most important phase of your game. uh, it's very overwhelming, it's something that's full of crunch. Like you cannot avoid the stress. You can just make it better, but you cannot avoid the amount of hard work that you will have to do at launch. uh, you'll always have more to do, which is why you should have some tangible targets leading towards your launch. uh, you should not be launching your game when you're not confident about how your game is going to do. uh, you should have these targets which are going to give you an idea of how much people love your game and how well your game is going to do in the market when it's released. Uh, some examples of tangible targets are wishlist, a very simple, very basic, a very essential example. Uh, Other KPIs like engagement, uh, different metrics, like streamer partnerships, responses from people. These are something that can be measured, and that will give you an idea of uh, whether your game is ready to be launched or not. Like you should have these goals before you even start deciding the date of your launch. And just like I said, uh, at launch you always gonna have more to do. This is where prioritization is more important than ever in this entire cycle. There's always gonna be a lot of things to do. You have to think and sit and plan on things that are gonna give you good ROI. Like some of the very commonly known good ROI investments at launch time is a good trailer, uh, talking to streamers of having your audience type, going to festivals where your audience type hangs out. Uh, these are some of the most commonly like used strategies when you're launching a game, and you have to prioritize. You cannot be doing everything. You cannot be targeting everything. Prioritize and do the best that you can at those aspects. One other kind of intangible goal for launching is hype. Even though it's intangible, it's very real. uh, Hype is the momentum and the like the hype around your game where people are talking about your game and they still don't have it, but they are talking about it. And this this urges and encourages other people to play your game. Not if not play, just check out your game, and it will just keep snowballing. So like if you have a good hype, even the person who does not know anything about your game, who has not been following about your game, and who might not even be your target audience, he or she might still consider buying their game just because of the hype around it. Uh, and if you don't have hype, there's a this very strong chance that even your most loyal fans are going to procrastinate buying a game. They would just think that okay, let's just buy it when it's on sale, and let's see what people are saying about the game first. Let's not spend my money on this. So build some hype, focus on hype. This can go into the strategizing aspect of your marketing, like to how to build your hype and plan accordingly. So now, suppose you have launched your game, everything is going good. There's obviously a lot more after that as well. Uh, but at the end of the day, you're exhausted. You still have a ton of things to do, and you're still exhausted, and you wonder when all of this is going to end. Uh, what really helps, what personally helped me as well in these phases, is to optimize. Like there are a lot of things that you can optimize. One of those things are like setting up tools, tech tools and systems that can help you with your repetitive manual processes. Especially during the time of launch and around the time of launch, you're going to be doing a lot of things that are going to be repeated. So the more you plan, the more you organize stuff, the more you set up a system so that you can easily repeat it, the faster it's going to be for you. Some of the examples are like making builds for different platforms, making social media creatives, different resolutions, different sizes, uh, different styles. If you're going to do everything manually, it's going to take you a lot of time, lot of effort and money, and before you know it, you won't even have time for the more important the other important aspects of launching a game. uh, and not just tools, not just people. Optimizing by getting good people, sorry, not just tools and not just systems. You can also optimize by getting some help from other people, uh, to to do things that you really don't have to do, like as in you personally or your core team doesn't have to do. You can hire people to make your life easier. Things like social media creatives, PR strategies. There are specialists who do that. Don't do everything on your own. Optimize and delegate stuff. This is what's going to lead you towards a healthy lifestyle, healthy work life balance. This is very important, obviously, and i have been I have faced a lot of these issues in my journey. uh, like there was I lost the distinction between the personal life and work life. It was 24/7 work was on my mind, even in holidays. So you should be focusing on this, and like you should be able to provide yourself a sustainable salary. You should be having healthy work timing and have a clear distinction between your work and your personal life. And you should be able to take some breaks, some holidays, because these are going to refresh you and get you back to the fresh state. And this is why, like, this is why you wanted to make indie games, right? So that you can feel good about your creations. uh, it really beats the purpose. Like, if your game is the source uh, of your exhaustion, of your sadness, of your stress, uh, you should be feeling very happy and very proud with making your game. And a healthy work life balance, a healthy and sustainable lifestyle is probably at the top of that feeling. So that was some of the lessons that I learned. I have implemented many of these in my current processes, and I really hope that you guys related to these and you got things from it, and you won't be making some of these mistakes that Gordon did. uh, and yes, I really hope that you're gonna make that amazing groundbreaking indie game of yours. uh, that's it from me. If you have any questions, you can mail me at namaste@playboy.in, or you can find me on social media at @playboygames. And I should now log out from here. Thank you so much. Hope you guys have a great event.
Thank you so much. That was really, really cool, Nicole. I learned so much from that talk. I love the journey of Gordon and then how you went back over it. Um, if anyone has any questions, please type them in the chat. I have a question, which is, tell me a little bit more about the game that you created.
Okay, yeah. So In My Shadow was it's a puzzle platformer game essentially, uh, but it's an imaginative twist on the puzzle platformer genre. Uh, it's a game where you play with shadows, like you play with the shapes of shadows, so that you create a path for the player, and the player can then use those shadows to cross and to get to the destination. So it's a very casual experience, but it's a very free flowing and imaginative experience where your imagination is not bound by the conventional puzzle game ideology, right? And it's also complemented with an emotional narrative about a girl named Bella, which you see in the screens here. uh,
Yeah.
so it's a short little game, and I really love the mechanic. That's why I really wanted so badly to work on this, and I'm so glad like people connected with this mechanic, and it has done decently well.
That's great. Is it a mobile game? Is it on platforms? How do you get the game?
Yeah, it was first released on PC, but right now it's on PC, it's on Xbox, PlayStation, iOS, and Switch.
That's awesome. That's great. And so, is it on Steam?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. And what's the story of Bella?
So Bella, this story is about like nostalgia and some regrets that she had in her life. It's an emotional story where she's trying to accept her past. She, as a child, she left her family because of things like generation gap, and now she's all alone in her life. And a simple text message of "How are you?" from her father uh, triggered all of her memories and she all of her regrets, and she goes into this dream in the world of shadows, where she's going through all the moments in her childhood and having these regrets of what she could have done better, and how she's able to come come out of those bad regrets and somehow still make up to it and talk to her father.
That's a really powerful story for, I love how stories can have such, I mean, how games can have such powerful stories that really can not only touch the player, but also the player can gain some life lessons from.
Yes, like I personally, again, this is something that I can relate to Gordon. That I made a game that I wanted. I had a hunch that okay, I like emotional games, and I like games that you just mentioned that has some lessons that you can take in your personal life as well. So I always wanted to have an emotional story with my games, and I wanted the imaginative mechanic to be abstractly complementing that story.
Yeah, I love it. It sounds so creative, and it sounds like a lot of other people with have really found a synergy with the game.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you liked it.
Yeah, I can't wait to play it. It looks amazing, and the art
Awesome.
is really beautiful. So that's why I was asking, like, is it on Steam? Because I'm an Android person. So
Oh, okay.
if
Yeah, that's the only platform it is not on. uh, but yeah, it's on iOS. But and I think the best experience is on iOS. Steam is the second best one.
well, cool, because I'll be
Yeah,
playing it on Steam.
Steam.
So
Yes.
that'll be good for me.
Yeah.
And have you found when you're in India, and was it a challenge to find a publisher for the game, or did you have any challenges because of location, or did it flow pretty easily?
No, so there are some very obvious differences in terms of goals, business goals, that so that games like In My Shadow don't really align with their business goals when you talk about Indian publishers and investors. Uh, so again, this was not a very good fit for the publishers and investors here in India, which is why and even my target audience was majorly of the US and UK and not really India. Uh,
Oh,
yeah, so it was a difference in alignment, so I could not really use that network that we have here in India, which I am hoping would be getting better, and I'm sure it is already getting better, that we can we are able to make more games that are for the global audience, and Indian publishers and investors are on that journey with us as well.
yeah, there's so much change that's happening so
Yes.
rapidly
Hmm.
in the games industry globally that it's really fascinating. That one of the reasons we're doing this conference is because there's so much to be learned, and so many different stories about people's experiences that really play through into how the games industry is working as a whole. Because as an Indian developer who's developing for the US and the UK, that's, really great. That's the way it should be, right? Is that
Yeah.
people should be developing for whatever market they want to develop for, regardless of where they're located. And you've had success with it.
Correct. Yeah. So India has been gaming in the entire world has been booming, like we all know. Like this is the right time to get into gaming, as we say. Uh, and back when I started on this, it was still good, but now that I go to all these conferences in India and know about the how people are how the mindset is changing, it's really refreshing to see that people are investing more time and money in the Indian gaming industry, and hopefully like in the similar way the Indian gaming industry is also might would also be able to come to the global area and like just be a part of this beautiful ecosystem in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we have a new chapter of a
Hmm.
school in Delhi called North Cap, and they're doing they have a whole video game program.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
And
I'm from Gurgaon, which is like next to Delhi, so yeah,
oh,
I'm
okay.
aware of the recent developments, and yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm really looking forward to know more about it.
Yeah, it's super cool. There's so much excitement happening in India right now, and I'm really grateful that you were here. So, thank you very much for taking the time to be with us, to do this session, and to take us through Gordon's journey.
Hmm. Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
skin, grounds, the whakairo, to the weaponry. Everything comes from a authentic lens that we've learned about monetizing, makes sense from the sketches into the virtual platform. It's key and it's paramount that everything that we undertake, from the design work to the creation of the backgrounds, the whakairo, to the weaponry, everything comes from a authentic lens that replicated the time of our tupuna. There is a very important reason why we do that, and that is because it plays a very significant part of our narrative and our history. And each pattern and each design is prevalent in the different tribal areas that you see across Aotearoa. When it comes to this game, Goaio, ko tāpita Phyllis Callahan, no Aotearoa, New Zealand āwhau. My name is Dr. Phyllis Callahan, and I, in this game, Island, their work distance, we can remember.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Pathfindings 2022. I am so excited to see you here. We have a great talk by Dr. Phyllis Callahan, who is Indigenous from New Zealand, and she will be giving a talk about how to be an Indigenous game developer.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa, ko ai au, ko tātou Phyllis Callahan, no Aotearoa, New Zealand āwhā. My name is Dr. Phyllis Callahan and I am from New Zealand. Me and my wonderful team are the creators of Kātuku Island. So Kātuku Island is an Indigenous game with a Māori skin, a Māori lens from start to finish. So all the game characters you see, all the design patterns you see on the character's skin, tāmoko, mataora, or kauai, uhoro, all the carvings you see in the backgrounds, all those weapons that you see come from a Māori worldview. They are the traditional weapons and the traditional tāmoko and the traditional whakairo that was used by our tupuna. Now, when it came to creating this game, we wanted to make sure that our cultural integrity was intact, it was authentic, and it paid respect to our ancestors that had gone before us.
If you look back in the old days, what kind of warrior would you be?
When you transport your designs from the physical sense, from the sketches into the virtual platform, it's key and it's paramount that everything that we undertake, from the design work to the creation of the backgrounds, the whakairo, to the weaponry, everything comes from a authentic lens that replicated the time of our tupuna. There is a very important reason why we do that, and that is because it plays a very significant part of our narrative and our history. And each pattern and each design is prevalent in the different tribal areas that you see across Aotearoa. Because if you take something that you're not sure about, or you think, oh, I like that design, and I'm just going to take that design, but you put it in a place where it shouldn't be, on a character's body, then that is trampling on the tikana or the rules and the conventions of that particular tribal people and tribal lands. Whenever you think about business or publications or anything where you're taking our culture into another arena or platform, then make sure that everything is done authentically. Because every design, every pattern relates to a particular iwi and hapu from Aotearoa, and it has a very significant and important meaning to those lands where it comes from. My best advice to you is don't just take something and put it on a character's body if you don't know what it means. Come and have a conversation with the Indigenous Sagan Advisory Board. That's who we are. There's 6 wonderful nations on that board, and just get some feedback, get some ideas around it, and make sure to spend time with the Indigenous community. It might take 6 months, it might take a year, it might take 2 years, but build relationships that are going to last forever. Build relationships that are going to be beneficial to both parties. You know, you need to be open if you want to explore Indigenous possibilities.
What?
I think when we developed Kātuku Island, it was a 12 series script, so it's very involved, very intense, and our outcomes weren't about monetizing our product or making money. Our outcome was about creating social and cultural impacts that were going to be beneficial for our people. The dilemma for us was that we had to sacrifice a lot of our content, so the 3D graphics that we wanted to make our game, you know, look like Red Dawn or Fortnite, we had to really cut back on a whole lot of stuff. But I think that shouldn't be a disappointment, because I think what we've learned is this was a huge learning curve. We weren't going to do it any other way, but we crossed the line, and I think that's what you should aim for. Just cross that line. Do your best to cross that line. Produce it. In terms of growing Indigenous gaming, in terms of the investment side of things, I think the first question you should ask is, why are we making this game? Are you looking at monetizing your game, or is it a gift to your people? You know, if I didn't get funded for, would I be able to invest in myself? And I think you should be willing to do that. If you're not going to monetize your game, then you've got to look at other ways of making it work. I think there is opportunity for investment. You know, invest in Indigenous gaming, but find the right investment that suits you. Find like-minded people who want to allow you to have the control over the storyline, but also can come in and maybe attach their brand to some of your merchandise, maybe attach their name to a river or a mountain in your game. There's lots of ways that we could develop some really positive relationships and collaborations within the business world. It's not an easy venture, and if you stick with it, you will in time see the fruits of that labour. In saying that, we managed to take out 2 NYX awards this year for Kātuku Island, 2 silver awards for Best Game and Best Innovation. So it works, it does work, and judges saw the potential within Kātuku Island and could see the potential that with a bit more time, with a bit more finance, with a few more feathers under our cap, then we could achieve. There's a possibility to achieving something great. So one of the goals of Kātuku Island was also about creating literacy inside of the game that could enable our rangatahi or our young people to feel good about doing English, to get if it looks like me and sounds like me and talks like me, then I might be more inclined to engage with that task, because it's also motivational, because it's also interactive. When you say to an investor, well, it's not really about monetization, it's about growing our art forms and our storytelling within the technological space, but also creating opportunities for our young people to become better at tech and to grow their skills in those areas. That's one of the key concepts about Kātuku. So you can game to survive, You can, choose tamoko, you can choose Māori weaponry, you can fight Māori gods, but you can also undertake literacy challenges and become confident at literacy. And the feedback we've had to date has been really, really positive. The world is all about finding sustainable ways of making our environment and our planet become a better place. And I think Indigenous sustainability models are perfect. I think their ways of looking after the earth and regeneration is something that we could all benefit from. My team and I have been together for about 10 years. The young men in this team all belong to my husband. They were part of his whakairo class. They were former students and part of our whānau. In 2018, he passed away, and he left me an inheritance. And they were, I think at that time, there were about 1,000 former students that he had mentored and he had nurtured. I became the mother, if you like, of all those boys. 7 of those boys are now part of the Kātaku Island business team. So these boys, every day, it's what they do. They're working in tāmoko, they're working in whakairo, they're working in music or score. The wonderful thing about my job is that every single day I'm living and breathing what I do as a game creator, what I do as a script writer. You grow a family, you grow skills together, you grow life together, and you grow some wonderful synergies. The skills and the production just doesn't belong in gaming. You can take it into the education sector, you can take it into the film arena, you can take it into the publications arena. So the wonderful thing about Indigenous and being Māori is that you just don't operate in silos. Yeah, you've got this whole whānau and you keep on growing it whānau and you become wider and wider and wider. And that film even reaches out to, all sorts of different parts of the world. My last bit of advice is for Māori, for Indigenous people, cultural integrity is of the utmost importance. We remember our ancestors, we remember their strength, we remember their warriorship, we remember their love and all those memories that our tūpuna and our grandfathers and our grandmothers shared with us, that has meaning to us, that is significant to us, and also that's what our art's about. For the future of Kātaku Island, I'd like to see all 12 episodes being created. I would like to even see it move across into a series, Netflix series or Hollywood film maybe. I mean, there's so much potential within a script that's been, that has an original storyline, but uses Indigenous concepts authentically. And I think at the moment, Indigenous codes, Indigenous toy, Indigenous storytelling is an absolute powerhouse. But I think it's important to remember that it can only be a powerhouse if we engage authentically. Nō reira, I hope you've enjoyed my kōrero today. I've really enjoyed the time and the space given to me by the IGDA. Big mihi to Jacob and Susan, thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. Nō reira, therefore, tēnā rā tātou, tēnā rā tātou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
everyone, and welcome back. We have a really cool talk about transmedia with Abbas Salim Khan and Bina Shiraz, both from Optera Digital. Take it away, Abbas and Bina.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Suzanne. Thank you for having us over and giving us the opportunity to talk. My name is Abbas, and this is my colleague, Bina. Bina, why don't you introduce yourself?
Well, I work at Optera Digital, and I'm a transmedia designer, and my name is Bina Shiraz.
Yep.
So today
I'm
we're
Abbas.
gonna talk about, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
So today we're gonna talk about Reality Girl and like how it came into being and like what it is now, what it will be in the future, and like the idea behind it and everything.
All right. Okay, cool. So I would like to start with the origins of Reality Girl. I'm an executive producer and CEO executive producer by profession and a CEO by the fact that I am the CEO of the company. But at the end of the day, we at Optera, one of the core components was to become a cause-based messaging company. So we first started off with Reality Girl as a story about child abuse and bus stops, children being abused at bus stops in Pakistan. And we created a character that would go out there and seek vengeance. But what was happening was that with the story, we were spending a lot of time. It was very hard to produce this story. It was a very print-centric story. It was disconnected from our digital audience. And what occurred was that we weren't able to produce it at the speed and quantity that we needed to get the story across. So Bina joined about a year later, and she was training to be a transmedia designer. And one day we had a gender-based violence incident in Pakistan. And she wrote a series of stories. And when we saw them, I was like, you know what? This is it. This is what we need to do. And to create a totally new story that's about gender-based violence, and it's sort of connected. So from here, I'm going to ask Bina to take over.
Yeah, so like in Pakistan, like these things have been happening like, you know, since forever, but like ever since like, you know, the Me Too movement, like, you know, I think that helped like not just America, but like it sent shockwaves like, you know, even to the corner of the world, like even in a third world country like Pakistan. Like we got a lot of confidence by like, you know, watching other women like, you know, stand up for themselves. Like we realized that okay, like, you know, you can stand up for yourself, like you have rights. We never knew that okay, we have rights too. We always like, you know, we were always considered the weaker gender, and not just like, you know, women, even transgenders. We were always considered like, you know, the silent gender, like, you know, the one that has to take it and all that. So like the idea of like, you know, we were like, you know, what should we do, like how do we bring that, like what should we do with this, like how do we like, you know, make women stand up and stuff like that. So we thought like, you know, let's ask the questions, like, you know, like most victims choose to remain silent. Sorry, that's my dog. Sorry. Okay, so like people are like, you know, like we always ask like, you know, that why do victims choose to remain silent, you know? There are many reasons for that, and like but like that has to change. Like we aim to overcome like notions to like we want to like, you know, kind of like ask questions that okay, like, you know, why do victims choose to remain silent, like, you know, it's always like because like, you know, women are scared that okay, like people are always like, oh, why were you quiet, like, you know, you are lying, you want something in return and stuff like that. So stuff like that. So we were like, you know, why don't we make comics and try to like, you know, tell stories of like, you know, some women, like, you know, if you know a story about like a woman, you are like, okay, so that happened to her, she did that, so like, you know, she stood up for herself, so maybe I can do that too. So like that's how we like, you know, that's how we want to like, you know, kind of like motivate women to kind of like, you know, we wanted to create comics to like, you know, kind of like influence these people. Abbas, next slide.
Sure. Bina,
Yes.
are you seeing the slide?
No, it's the same slide.
Okay. IGDA, Suzanne, are you seeing my screen change?
Yes, your screen changed.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, now I see it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so what is Reality Girl? It's like a comic that is like that kind of spreads awareness, and like there's Supergirl, there's Wonder Woman and all that, so we wanted to like kind of make one for real girls, like Reality Girl. So like Reality Girl is not like white, black, brown, or purple. Like they can come in any shape or form. Like we have different stories, and in some like real stories actually, and they are like from real women. They have been like shared with us, like some anonymously, like most of them anonymously. Like people send us stories and they tell us that this is what happened to me, and like I want other girls to like kind of like beware, or like this is a helpline they should like kind of call on to like get help and stuff like that. So like that's what it is.
Shall I switch to the next slide?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So we're going to play a video. Yeah.
Okay.
Reality Girl isn't just another webcomic. It's a movement. It's a safe space for women to speak up about the horrors they've been through. To me, Reality Girl is my chance to help the women in Pakistan by educating them and supporting them. To Reality Girl, I want to tell people what women actually go through, like the things that are swept under the carpet. Reality Girl is personal to me because it informs women just like me of their status in society, not one that is forced on them. As Xavier Reed puts it, the greatest service a woman can do for herself is knowing her worth. How many more lives do we want to waste before speaking up? Every life lost is an indication of our failure as humans and as a society.
Oh, so this is Bina, you want to talk about this, or should I just jump to the next slide and take over?
Yeah, you like I think the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does. All right. So one of the things with the producer was that we knew that I knew what was going to be made, but I had a team of women, millennial women, I sat with, and I asked them, what do you want out of Reality Girl? Bina being the leader of the group, she sort of, and with the other women that we had, we said, okay, we want to create, they want to create a safe space, they want to build awareness, they want to build a comic based on true events and a place to share your stories, and eventually make a game that'll highlight social issues. But not just make a game, we've got some additional stuff we're going to show you as well. And this came out of the fact that, okay, they want to tell this story. They are very talented young women with a lot of raw talent and energy and passion to do this. So based on my experience in producing comics and games and animation for 20 odd years, we were highlighting the problems in production that we had before, which was essentially when was to basically how to get it out on a schedule and a production system that would work on a quick basis. So we built a calendar, we built a system. Each woman took a certain role and took ownership of their role in the thing. And they're all built around Bina's stories. We had Rida, who was basically the person who makes everything published. We have Maruna, who creatively directs it. Shreen and Anam were part of the glue of the team along. And so that's what we're just going to put across. One thing was basically the storytelling concepts. How we wanted to work was that previously we had a print version of the comic, and printing comics, printing anything in today's day and age is very hard. And when the pandemic happened, printing anything didn't occur anymore. We discovered that globally, the comics audience was basically had gone completely digital during the pandemic. What was once sort of lightly on the pandemic, lightly a mix of digital and physical, had gone completely digital. And you can find these out through platforms like Webtoons and Tapas. And we sort of had to sort of focus on it. But what we wanted to do was that these apps did not have the penetration in Pakistan. But what we did have was Instagram, which is something that everyone uses. Instagram comics are very popular as well. And what we did from there was we
And
built.
here is also, sorry to like cut you
Okay,
off. This
all
is how
yours.
our comics
Yours.
look like. Like here you can see the layout of our Instagram page. Like basically there are like three kinds of like, you know, three themes. The first one is where you show the comic, the actual story. The second one, we add a factoid, like, you know, a fact about women or transgenders or like, you know, stuff that they are suffering or like related to gender-based violence, rape, mutilation, and such issues, like, you know, such big issues in Pakistan. And then the third one are the phrases. Like this is what the Instagram page looks like.
You want to do this one, Dina?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, no. Hi.
Okay. Yeah, so these comics are like based on true events, like I said, and highlighting like a theme and a backup, like, you know, and to back up our stories, like we have factoids to show, like, you know, the stats. And a factoid to like, and a phrase to like convey the emotion behind the story. That's it, Abbas, you take over.
Okay, all right. So some of the social issues that we encounter in our areas, one is the Virtue High Day or Virtue Day, which is sort of like an anti-Valentine's Day. There's a sense of judgment. There are women who are killed by extremists, and then there are honor killings. And what occurs specifically in this is that we sort of want to build this further. So another thing that we did was that we were going to decide to make a game. And idea was that we're going to base on the existing stories and sort of.
I will just like say one thing, like to educate you, like, you know, what women go through, like in Pakistan especially, like there's something called haya. It means shame, like self-respect, like respect. Like the translation of like Izat is respect, which means like, you know, which is very weird because like in English, like it's a different, it means something else, but like for us women in Pakistan, it means totally something else. Like the strange thing is like, you know, we like carry the burden of like the whole house. Like we carry the respect, the family's respect, and the family's like, you know, whole dignity, we carry it. So like if a woman is raped in Pakistan, like she loses her respect, she loses her dignity, the whole like family loses their dignity. So it isn't just like, you know, about of course rape is a very very big, like, you know, traumatizing event for these women, but like the after effects are like even more horrible because like there are fathers and sons like who will kill their daughter if she has been raped just to like, you know, save face and save their family honor. So that's also what honor killing is, and it is still common in Pakistan. Like it's not talked about much, but like it happens a lot in rural areas mainly, and you are slut shamed, like, you know, on another level. Even if you like, you know, even if you choose to like have like yeah, Basti, you take over.
Okay, sure. So One thing we'll sort of point out is the art direction and the visual style. We were always a sort of black and white sort of method we wanted to use. And this sort of based on two things. One was that the audience's familiarity with manga comics. They're very popular in Pakistan. The other thing that we had was that we had what was known as Urdu digests, and they're still a very popular thing. And they're mostly prose in Urdu, stories in Urdu, but they have a lot of black and white drawings inside of them. So we felt that this was an art style that sort of always worked with the audience. Our original attempt at Reality Girl kind of made her Batman-esque, which is something we didn't want. So by not coloring it, by creating a black and white style along with using strong purple motives, really allowed us to flesh out and sort of splash the story and the graphic style right at the audience. And based on that, we also wanted to carry the thing forward and build a game. I'm going to skip this slide and we'll jump to another one. And this is more like an SMS-based game we've been designing. Yeah, so we'll start over here. I'm going to press play and tell me if you guys are seeing the video.
Yes.
So in the game, like you will be presented with like different options. Like it's literally a narrative-based game. Like you will get like messages and stuff like that, and you will depends how you reply to it. And if like you are facing blackmail, there will be helpline in the game to like kind of tell you that hey, this is the number that you call if you're going through cyber harassment or if you're going through blackmail. Like blackmail and cyber harassment are the same thing, but like different, but still. Like in Pakistan, it means different things. Like blackmail can be like, there are men like that will send your pictures to you in your house, and they'll be like, oh, if you don't go out with me, I will like, spread your pictures and all that. So this game is kind of like, depends on you how like, you will be given many options and you have to choose which option you go with. Like either you give up or you like answer back and fight back. But in the end, like for every situation, you will be given a helpline.
Okay, so another way of sort of making the messaging of Reality Girl work was that we want to build merchandise. We built a small limited merchandise run. We built masks for women in public spaces that they can wear, and at the same time, we have t-shirts that we're working on. So the idea is that we want Reality Girl to basically become sort of like the mechanism for resistance through discourse. And over there on the left is Dina, and on the right is my son wearing, trying to put on a Reality Girl shirt. So that's basically what we're trying to do, is that if you have merch and you have somebody wearing a t-shirt or a mask in a public space, a woman is seeing it, then they can actually see with each other and they can connect and build a sense of community, saying, hey, I'm also Reality Girl, we're Reality Girls, and that's what we wanted to sort of put it across. So the idea is that one component of transmedia storytelling is to always allow people to tell their own story. So by having merchandise that pushes the Reality Girl message and logo, people can connect and they can discuss their Reality Girl stories. And that's what it's about. So one of the things is, how can you support the cause? Because essentially this is cause-based storytelling. And one thing that you mentioned is that you cannot build things in a vacuum. So one thing is that we want you to share your stories. Go on to our Instagram page, I Am Reality Girl, and the RG team will make it into a comic anonymously, and they will tell your stories. So just DM the Reality Girl channel and I Am Reality Girl, and they'll take care of it. They will eventually create your story.
Or you can like
And
and share the page to support the cause and be part of the movement.
or leave a comment. Yeah. And Mina?
Yeah, this is how
And
you
if you
can
want
contact me. Yeah. You
yeah,
can send me your story through this email, and I will share it anonymously, I promise. And like, be part of the movement and like,
yeah,
like help these women and help these women like, come forward with these issues and like stand up for themselves.
all right. I think that's it. That's her presentation for Reality Girl. Is there any questions or any way we can do this, Suzanne?
Yes, so if anyone has any questions, please put them in the chat on YouTube. And I have a question, which is, how is Reality Girl, how is it resonating with your viewers? Are you finding that most of your viewers are in Pakistan? Are they in other countries? What's
Most of them are in Pakistan, like most of them, and even India.
Oh wow, okay. So
Yeah,
you're
India
getting
and
some,
Pakistan. Yes. And it's going well.
that's
Like
great.
people send us stories, like, a lot. Like people send us a lot of stories, and they are like really like sad stories. Like, a few days ago, like a woman sent me a story of like, how she was mutilated, and
Oh,
that still happens, especially in India.
oh wow, I didn't
Yeah,
realize. So that's good that you're sharing that and getting that out into the
yeah.
world.
On one side of the
How
world, like, it's like 21st century and like people are going to Mars and stuff like that. And on the other side, like, we are so backward.
I think that's true for a lot of the world.
Yeah,
There's, it's not relegated to any one area. I think that a lot of
I agree.
us,
I totally agree.
yeah. So, what one of the questions is, how do you get like the merchandise for Reality Girl? How do you weave that into your campaign?
Well, actually, some of the people like even donate. Like we haven't like formally like started that, but like some people even donate, and this is how we have been spending like like we have tried like giving to there are many like I don't know the English word for it. There are many houses in Pakistan with like where women go, and if they are like what's the word for it? If you are like let go
Abused?
by your family, no, if you are like disowned by your family, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
wow. Okay.
yeah. So they go to these houses, and we are trying to like kind of donate money to that and all that. But like this merch was actually for like awareness. Like we started like when we started like we wanted to get the word out there. So we were like the more people wear it, the more like and plus like when I wore it I was like, oh, I'm reality girl. I felt nice.
That's awesome. That's great that it works, that message is working even for the creators, right?
Yeah,
That's
like that day, a friend of mine, like she saw my sister. She had never seen my sister before, but she said, "Oh, she was wearing a reality girl mask." So I was like, "Oh, that must be Bina's sister." And she passed by, like it was just a glimpse of her, and like
That's
Like
awesome.
a really dark and pink mask.
Yeah, it's really a very clear message.
Yeah.
The pink against the black is super recognizable. So you did a great job with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a great project. It's a great mission that you've set out for yourselves. Is there other platforms? So you're on Instagram. Are there other platforms where Reality Girl is found? You're creating the game.
Yeah. For now, it's only Instagram because when we started, like, a year ago almost, so like a year ago, we kind of like, kind of like renewed it. So like we saw that like, many people were using Instagram at that time. Now people are using a lot of TikTok. So I think people also like kind of try to like expand our audience and try to like, reach the people there too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
TikTok is
TikTok is the new
really
thing.
popular. It is. It's the new hotness. But
Yeah. I just like kids are especially like using it a lot. So we don't want to scare them. So
yeah,
we will try to like, kind of censor our stuff and like try to be careful with it.
I think that's brilliant. I think it's great that you're doing this project. I think you should be really excited about it. I know I am, and
We will.
our viewers are as well. Any last words before we log off for the day?
Like, comment, and subscribe to our page.
Those are good words.
That's how YouTubers
like-
say like, "Oh, ring, click on the bell button."
Yeah.
Whenever someone says that, it just
So
we see
thank
that.
you so much. Thank you, everyone who's watching. We'll be back tomorrow for
Thank
the
you for
second
listening
day
to
of
us.
Pathfinding. Yes.
Sure. No problem. It was a pleasure being here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was a great
Thank you
talk.
so much.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.